Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, December the 2nd. I'll start off with a roll call if we can, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Bieber?
Here.
Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Dodick? Councillor Doria?
Present.
Councillor Parker?
Here.
Councillor Wolf?
Here.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
Mayor Higgin?
Present.
All present, thank you.
All right. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. Start off with recognitions, and I'll start off to my far right. Councillor Bieber, any recognitions?
Yes, I have a couple things to say today, but I'll save some for the rest of you. First of all, a shout out to Tim Hortons for having Interfaith Food Bank as their partner for the Smile Cookie campaign. Like the rest of you on council, I had the pleasure of mangling some cookies, but it was a great time and great fun. And I had the pleasure of joining Councillor Wolf and Blaine Higgin at the Giving Machine launch at Park Place Mall for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saint, which is just a fantastic initiative. I was happy to be part of both of them. Thank you.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you. On Saturday, I was able to go to the Heritage Ball and Winter Festival out at Colehurst. They did it as part of their 30th anniversary as a town, but of course they've been a community much longer than that. It was an amazing event. And we were supposed to be dressed in the 1920s and 30s, and many people dressed up in beautiful costumes. On Friday was the grand opening of the Winter Lights Festival at Nikiyuko. I know several of my colleagues were there as well. If you did not get around to it already, it just started, you have until the end of February to get out to Winter Lights. I also would like to thank the grade 3 teachers and students at Dr. Plaxton. With the new curriculum, they have taken municipal government out of grade 6, which was hard enough, and put it down to grade 2 and 3. So we tested a program there to see, and we discussed municipal government with them at that level, and it seemed to work okay, but not always the easiest to do with grade 3s. I also did a week and a half ago, and I know many of my colleagues are doing this as well. I helped with interviews for the library board. And it's just a great reminder that thanks to all the volunteers and everyone who serves on our boards, commissions, and committees, those who apply, those who are chosen, it is incredible the amount of passion people have to serve their community, and this is a great way to do it. The process runs unbelievably well, and that is thanks to the City Clerk's Department. Thank you, Ms. Hilford, and your team, and for all of administration. Everything is set up beautifully, and the interviews went really well. So I know next meeting we'll be bringing forward the names. And congratulations to the Downtown BRZ on the tree lighting. Over 1,500 people were downtown for the tree lighting, hot chocolate, wagon rides, and everything. And the tree looks absolutely beautiful. If you haven't been down in Festal Square, go down and take a look.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Councillor Doria.
I was really privileged to attend the 2 parties invited by the Green Acres, and it was a really beautiful experience for me. And also I got a chance to be a part of the interviews for those who wants to join the Development Appeal Standing Committee, and it was really touching to show that there are many community members who wants to participate in for the development of Lethbridge. That's all I can share.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Doria. Councillor Parker.
Ditto.
All right, ditto. To my far left. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, thank you. Last week, on November 19th, I had an opportunity to attend a retirement party or get send off for Georgie Mortimer, who is embarking on a well-deserved retirement. She was the server, or the cashier rather, at the Lethbridge Senior Center organization, and there was a group of us that have been going there for many years. In the last dozen or so years, she was always our server. I actually got her to meet my 3 grandkids, and over the years they developed a relationship as well. So congratulations, Georgie, on a well-deserved retirement, and my grandkids send out the same. They showed up as well for that event. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. 17 years. I mean, there's a lot of really great organizations doing things here at Christmas time. This is one that I really love. 17 years ago, the Meals on Wheels program was in dire need of funding for them to be able to continue. They're ready to shut it down. But instead of that, Ryan Miller of Select People Solutions and Teamwork Career Center came up with this concept, 23 Days of Christmas, where people could become honorary chefs on a given day, or sous chefs, and they would give that money, and that money would all go to help provide meals for the people in need on Meals on Wheels. So that's 17 years it's been going on. It started up again on Monday. Really wonderful response. They've already filled up all of the honorary chefs for December, but you can still help out. Excuse me. Cuppers is again involved. You can go down to Cuppers, get a $20 or $30 gift card. That will help buy a meal as well. They've already raised in these 16 years. They've raised almost $374,000. So this year they're hoping to make it to that $400,000 campaign. But it's a great campaign as well. Also, as my colleague Councillor Crowson mentioned, the 10th Winter Light Festival. It's amazing. Shout out to Darcy Kaminsky, who's the guy who's doing it. He's the guy that's putting those bulbs along with his staff. It's amazing hard work. And also congratulations to Michelle Day Miles. She says this is her last Festival of Lights, and she's hoping that we get 50,000 people to show up this year. Well, it's a goal. 30,000 last year, so it's reachable. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor and I were privileged to attend the powwow in mid-November. I do have the name, but I don't want to pronounce it because I will not do it justice. The powwow was amazing. The regalia was amazing. The drumming was amazing. The hospitality was amazing. I think we were both very pleased to be there and be a part of it. Although neither the mayor or myself are very good dancers. We were, Heather and I were very pleased to be able to help with the Lethbridge South stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as about 100 people came together, including small children, families, as they assembled meal kits for the needy in the city. It was really inspiring to be there and to be a part of that. And I'm sure Ms. Schmidt-Rempel has some other things going on that we've been to.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hagan. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our staff and ELT team for the council orientation sessions that they've held for us over the past month. The sessions have been very well organized, and I know I've benefited from the refresher. So thank you to all of you for doing that for us and with us, and I know I'm looking forward to the upcoming sessions as well as we continue our orientation. November 10th saw the grand opening of the Lethbridge Indigenous Court. There were a number of us there in attendance. This court has been established as part of the Alberta Court of Justice's Indigenous Justice Strategy. It is the 4th Indigenous court to be established in Alberta. It aims to provide a culturally relevant, restorative, and holistic system of justice for Indigenous individuals. So it's great to see that court, which has been many years in the making, finally open up here in Lethbridge. Thank you to the organizers of the annual Remembrance Day service. I, along with other members of council, attended the Cenotaph service. Each year we keep seeing more and more people at this service, and that's wonderful to see. And finally, the Lethbridge Family Services Angel Tree campaign is in full swing. Angel trees are located throughout Lethbridge, including in the foyer of City Hall. You can visit lfsfamily.ca to register for that program, as well as to accept, as well as to make donations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think most of them have been covered here. I just want to touch base on, the holiday season, how the incredible opportunities that we all have to share hope and enjoy with those that are struggling throughout our community. We've heard about the Angel Tree campaign, the Christmas Hope. I know My City Care Shop of Wonders, as you're seeing this sweater that I'm wearing, and it's quite warm in here. But you can offers parents a dignified, no-cost shopping experience for their children's gifts, and so donations of unwrapped toys can be made at 640 13th Street North or financial donations online at mycitycare.ca. If you haven't had the opportunity to go out, I'd definitely recommend you do that. It's an amazing facility, and each and every year the work that they do is not like nothing you've ever seen. The Giving Machine is life-changing items like meals and hygiene kits for local and global charities. The machines are located just outside Winners at the Park Place Mall. And of course, Salvation Army's iconic Red Kettle campaign supports vital programs year-round. You can donate to any of their many locations around the city, being Walmart, Real Canadian Superstore, Save on Foods, West, Park Place Mall, and Costco. So these efforts often work hand in hand, ensuring that the families, of course, in our community receive the comprehensive support. And whether you donate gift, funds, or your time, of course, every contribution makes a difference. Want to touch base on New West Holiday Rock. Now, we have a former colleague of ours that is in the New West production, Holiday Rock. It's a great show. It runs from December 11th to 28th. If you have the opportunity to go there, I'd highly recommend it. It's a great event and a great production. And similar to that of Councillor Doria, I'm hoping we're all putting on stretchy pants, because it seems that there's a lot of invitations to different events around the area, and especially with Green Acres and a few of the different festivals that we're attending. I'm sure we'll be ready to make some New Year's resolutions come January the 1st. But we'll wait until that time comes. And with that, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Moved by Acting Mayor Crowson, be it resolved the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on December 2nd, 2025 be adopted as presented. Are there any changes, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Hagan, there is one addition to today's agenda. It is a confidential verbal report. It's entitled Labor Negotiations Update. It's as per Section 29, Advice from Officials of the Access to Information Act, and it will be 14.2 on today's agenda, the last item. Thank you. That's all the additions and changes.
Okay, 14.2 added on. Acting Mayor Crowson.
I'll call the question in a moment, but do we need to take a break after we do this to update? So we're not, so okay, perfect. I will call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's unanimous. Thank you. It's a new system here. It's voting online and voting by hands. It catches me sometimes. Next, you have the consent agenda by Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Be resolved that the minutes of the following meetings of City Council be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. The organizational meeting of City Council on November the 3rd, and a City Council meeting on November the 3rd, and further be resolved, the City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for December the 2nd with the following amendments. That Council defer the date of return for bylaw 4890, the Galt Museums and Archives bylaw, to the February 26, 2026 Governance Standing Policy Committee meeting from a Q4 2025. And that Council defer the date of return of the new Council policy, Civic Arts policy, to a Q1 2026 Governance Standing Policy Committee meeting from 2025. And that Council defer the date of return of the new Council policy, Cultural Heritage policy, to a Q1 2026 Governance Standing Policy Committee meeting from 2025. And further be resolved that City Council approve the recommendations contained within the following Standing Policy Committee reports. Recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, 2025 penalty cancellation request. Be it resolved that City Council approve the cancellation of $215.06 current year penalty charge to tax roll 421-200-043-40001 located at 434 12th Avenue North, Lethbridge, Alberta for the 2025 tax year. And a recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee for 2025 property tax cancellation request. Be resolved that City Council approve the tax cancellation request for a portion of 2025 municipal property taxes for 1278 Pacific Circle West, roll number 205-211-278-0001 in the amount of $2,968.60. based on the residents being inhabitable from April the 12th, 2025 to December the 31st, 2025, and in accordance with Section 347(1) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, Chapter M26, and Council Policy CC 69. And recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, property tax cancellation. Be it resolved that City Council approve the tax cancellation for the portion of the 2025 municipal property taxes of 1282 Pacific Circle West, roll number 205-211-282-0001, in the amount of $2,330.01, based on the residence being inhabitable from April 12, 2025 to December 31st, 2025, and in accordance with 347.1 of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, Chapter M26 and Council Policy CC 69. Just want to make sure. I thought that I'd doubled that one. It's two side by side. All right. And the recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, Station 5, gravel road to Métis Trail West, Great Bear Boulevard. Be it resolved that City Council fund the construction of a gravel roadway along Great Bear Boulevard West for Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services access to Métis Trail West with funding of up to $315,000 coming from the Major Capitals Projects Reserve. And further be resolved that City Council provide first reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 6506, Land Use Bylaw Amendment for 1905 10th Avenue South. Bylaw 6507, Amendment to Bylaw 5115, the Specialist Offices Plan for 1905 10th Avenue South, and 6510 2026 Incentive to Prepayment Penalties and Tax Deferral Bylaw. Further be resolved, the City Council direct administration to hold a public hearing on on Tuesday, January 20th, 2026 at 3 p.m. for the following bylaws. Bylaw 6506, Land Use Amendment regarding 1905 10th Avenue South, and Bylaw 6507, Amendment to Bylaw 5115, the Specialist Offices Plan for 1905 10th Avenue South. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hagan. Does anybody have any corrections or questions about the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, Madam City Clerk, I did have a couple corrections in the consent agenda, and I'm not sure if this is across all packages, but it was item 8.1 from the previous City Council meeting. In the appointees, and this is in the minutes, in the appointees, Councillor Parker and myself are appointed to the Joint Committee of the City and Lethbridge and then it's a new bullet point, Lethbridge Schools. So it's just a typo in that Lethbridge Schools is at a new bullet point when it should be the Joint Committee of Lethbridge City Council and School Boards. And I'm not sure if that's showing up across all packages or not, but when I download the full package, that's what it was showing. Okay. Seeing no others, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Crowson and Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, and I'll read it, then we'll go to some questions. Official business motion, ward system review. Whereas during the 2021 municipal election, Lethbridge residents were asked in a non-binding plebiscite, do you support using a ward system to elect city councillors other than the mayor starting with the 2025 municipal elections? And whereas 55.69% of voters voted in favor of the above questions, and whereas during the 2021 to 2025 council term, council considered establishing an electoral ward boundary commission to evaluate a ward system including associated costs, number of wards, number of councillors, and other relevant factors, but the proposal did not receive majority support and was not pursued. And whereas during the 2021 to 2025 council term, there was a made-in Lethbridge proposal in the form of a precinct model that was not adopted, and whereas during the 2025 municipal election, some residents expressed a continued desire for a ward system and promoted the need for a review and or implementation of a ward system. Now, further be resolved, the City Council refer the discussion regarding the implementation of a ward system to the Governance Standing Policy Committee to, number one, gather and review feedback and concerns raised during the 2025 municipal election related to a ward system, and number two, provide recommendations to City Council on whether to proceed with a formal review of a ward system, and number three, if proceeding is recommended, outline a proposed process to Council to determine proposed costs of a review and next steps for conducting the review. I don't know who wants to open that, or actually I can just take it to questions first. Are there any questions? See no questions to open debate. Councilor Schmidt-Rempel to open, or one to open, one to close? Okay, Councilor Schmidt-Rempel to open.
Thank you very much. So during, we'd heard back in 2021, we had the motion, or we had the referendum question on the ballot, the non-binding referendum question, where residents were in favor of implementing a ward system for 2025. We went through that term. The ward system did not come to fruition. And again, during the election in 2025, Councillor Crowson and I heard from a number of residents that they wanted that ward system conversation brought back to council. So what we've done with this motion is it's a review, it's to gather feedback, to discuss those concerns and those conversations we heard during the 2025 municipal election. And really what we wanted to do is bring this forward today to see if there was an appetite for council to even discuss it. If there is, then we can send it to the Governance Standing Policy Committee to do some work around it and bring a recommendation back to council.
There's more in the queue for debate. Councillor Dodick.
Can we ask questions in response to the opening?
Sure. Do you have a question for, yeah?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Campbell. We'll come back to you, Councillor Dodick.
Well, just your intention, because the review has been done a couple of times. There has been some studies done on the ward system, and we've had that over the last couple of years that I was on a committee for. I just wonder what type of different review will this be, or are you thinking that it will become?
Last time we had a discussion and we looked at building a commission, but before we could create the commission and actually have the review, it was ended by council. So we've never actually gone to a review of it. We've had conversations around it, but it's never actually gone to a full review. With this case, we do not want to waste any staff time unless there is a desire by council to at least look into it. And all the first step would be if it's sent to governance, that would be the conversation to start. Public could come in, we could have the conversation, and again, check in to see if we wish to move forward or not. And at that point, then we would have to see where the decision goes from there. But we've never done a formal review. We had a bylaw created, we worked towards it, and then it ended before the commission could actually be created.
I mean, I could be. I just seem to remember being in a session with a full report on ward systems and how they work. So I could be, maybe I'm thinking of a different, well, no,
We had information on how it worked, but we never had a conversation on how you might split up the community. It never went final.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And again, I'll just keep it open to some questions. Is it a question on what, or debate? Question, go ahead, Councillor Parker.
Thank you. And what I'm concerned about is this was a question as a referendum question, not a referendum question, rather a question on the ballot. And it's always interesting when you ask a question like that during election time. You want a ward system, it's because when there's 34 people on a ballot, it always is top of mind. This would be a great idea and all that. And so sometimes we put a lot of validity into, it's like saying, do you want us to drop your property taxes by 25%? Everyone's going to say, yeah, I'll drop 25%, but you don't know the consequences of that. So my question is to the movers here, and I come back from what Councillor Campbell said, aren't we rehashing something that we've already discussed at the last term? I feel the same way Councillor Campbell feels. I think we've discussed this, we've dealt with this one, and it's funny how this has been this is the number one priority coming into this term by this resolution. So can you help me feel more reassured?
Thank you very much, Councillor Parker, for that question. Certainly, I understand that, yes, we've had the discussion. I do know that a previous study was done with a number of residents. I believe that was in the 1997 term, and a report did come back then, but nothing came out of that report. Again, this was something that we heard during the 2025 election, that people are interested in taking a look at the ward system. This does not implement the ward system. This sends it to the Governance Standing Policy Committee to have a discussion, to do the work, to gather concerns, gather feedback from residents, and at a governance SPC, it gives the residents an opportunity who maybe voice these concerns to come in and speak with us. So it's opening up to the community, having an opportunity to discuss it without having our staff put any work into it at this point. We'll also be able to pull some of the previously done work, take a look at that, and we can have a conversation around what actually are we trying to do insofar as voter engagement. Does a ward system increase voter engagement? We saw some of the lowest engagement turnout this time. Will this increase that, or is there something else we need to be doing? So that's what we're looking at. Again, this is to move it to the governance SPC for a discussion and for an opportunity to invite our community in to provide their feedback.
Thank you. My follow-up question to that is, the problem I have when you send something like this to SPC, you send it to four voting members of a committee, and true council as a whole can come and listen to that. I would feel more comfortable if this went to something back in the past, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was called the CIC, it was called the Community Issues Committee, where all council members had an opportunity to have informed discussion. We're all privy to the same information, and that no voting would take place that versus the SBC where there's four. Do you think CIC might be a better opportunity to do something like this, since it's such a big issue in the community, from what I'm being told here? CIC more appropriate, possibly?
We don't have a CIC at this time.
Madam City Clerk, could we do something like a CIC or a community public session of some sort? Could that be done instead?
Procedure bylaws states that you have your standing policy committees, but I guess if you wanted to waive the procedure bylaw and establish another committee, you could go through that process. A committee would need a bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I have further questions, but I'll hold off at this time. Thank you.
Are there any further questions of what's been discussed? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Doria.
Okay, reading here that there was a consideration of establishing an electoral ward boundary commission, but I just heard from Councillor Crossan that it was not established. But my concern here is they are already establishing the parameters such as cost, number of wards, number of councillors, and other relevant factors. I just want to know, being a new here, what are these relevant factors? If we can itemize these relevant factors, maybe we can consider what we can support this ward system or not. So my question here is why it is not itemized or not spelled out these other relevant factors.
That's actually deliberate. The most important thing to my concern would be, number one, to have the conversation. The conversation will determine where 2 and 3 go. And there's also no timeline about how long it might take, because we might get to number 1 and people would say, okay, I need this and this and this to understand a ward system. And so we bring that information forward to you. And then we see that at another meeting. And so the conversation leads this rather than leaning out 2 and 3. 2 and 3 are down the road, but they are guided by the conversation where the ward system goes. So being too prescriptive in 3 says that we know where we're heading, and we don't know where we're heading. We don't know what the conversation will be. All I know is we might feel we have discussed this before. And if we had discussed it and the public was fine with it, I would not be recommending bringing this back. I heard this from the public on an ongoing basis during the election. I heard it at the university, I heard it at senior centers, I heard it across the spectrum of voters. When I posted this on my Facebook page, I heard it again across the spectrum. Not unanimous, there is no perfect governance system, but people from all backgrounds are saying, please look into it. I'm hearing concerns about disparity. I'm hearing concerns about being disconnected. I'm hearing concerns about having too many people to go through to feel like they knew enough to vote. The concern is there from the residents as a representative of the electorate. This is being brought forward for discussion by their council.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, Councillor Bieber.
During the campaign, I also heard a lot from residents who wanted this ward system. In fact, I campaigned on it because there was a lot of concern about, excuse me, the fairness of the at-large system. But rather than going back to an SPC right off the bat, I'm wondering, as a newcomer here, if we could somehow bypass that temporarily and see if we could get some information from, say, experts who have been involved in ward systems, maybe previous members of councils who worked in ward systems previously. Maybe we could get some political scientists. we have some at the UNIVAL to give us some information on this, which might help us determine whether there is enough interest to even bring this to an SPC. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Croson.
We did a lot of that last time. We had that information in front of council, and we had a bylaw created, we did a lot of staff time. The reason we are going this route is because all that work is done and we can pull it all back out, but it took a lot of staff time and effort, and if there is no interest, the concern is why spend that time and effort to just have it die again? And so if we take this to governance, we'll pull all that stuff out because the information is there. It's back, I mean, it's 4 years old, but ward system doesn't really change that much. It is still there. We have that information.
Would it be possible for us to get that information so we can, us new people can look at it, the previous members, incumbents can renew it and see again if there's a will for this to go to an SPC?
That would be the purpose of the SPC, to have that conversation. Like that's its purpose.
But I think we could save some time and energy if we actually had that information in front of us first, but that's just my opinion.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
No, thank you very much. And Councillor Bieber, I certainly appreciate and understand where you're coming from. As Councillor Croson said, if we move this to a governance SPC, we can pull all that information into the governance SPC package, and all of that would be available for you to re-review. Also at a governance SPC, we can certainly invite the political scientists from both Lethbridge Polytechnic as well as the University of Lethbridge to come down and give their expert opinions on this. And that would include a previous member of council who did some work on this under a previous council. So certainly that would happen if we move this to the governance SPC. At the Standing Policy Committee, that's where all the work gets done. And then we can take a look at that and decide whether we want to move forward with a recommendation to council or not.
Any further questions before we continue debate? Okay, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. Just want to follow up on that. What concerns me when we have SPCs, usually the people who come and speak as SPCs are the people who are for it, who have it as a project or as something that they want to get done. And so quite often we can get really, it could be a cascade of information thrown at you, seem in the affirmative. And not very often do you see it in the negative when it's in favor of something that someone wants, an objective, something they wants to do. I'll just look at past history, it always happens. So help me feel reassured that the people, the experts who would be the people against it or who would think this is kind of like a waste of time, that would they be invited to come as well?
Well, SPCs are the public meeting for public to come and comment on any of the issues and any of the agenda items. So certainly anybody who is opposed to this would be invited to come just as they are with previous standing policy committees.
So my question to you folks then, of the governance, and I'm on governance, if 10 or 20 or 30 students, professors, whatever, want to come forward, do we put more weight and more merit into that? Or how do we get a really well-balanced conversation on something like this?
Well, we make sure that it's broadcasted and it's out to everyone. And I think it's incumbent upon us as councillors to use our critical thinking skills and separate out what we put weight on.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I see none. So to continue debate, Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. I believe we have used our critical thinking skills when we dealt with this the last term. We did have political scientists show up. The former council member wrote a 5-page dissertation that had a lot of, I believe this, I believe that, but very light on factual information. There was a guy by the name of Ron Hyrath who also made a presentation in writing who basically the same thing as well, and then an email or a request in support of this by a candidate in this last election by the Kelty Baird. So despite the comments to suggest that we have not had a full conversation, I beg to differ. We have had more than a full conversation. We just happened to conclude that conversation. And now because there's an election and a few people spoke to various candidates and said look, we want this to be revisited, isn't something that we should consider as compelling for us to revisit. That's going to be on every issue where some people disagree with us on something. So we can do this Groundhog Day thing forever. Anyways, my debate in opposing this motion is not going to be too dissimilar to when we last flogged this dead horse. The fact is we have examples from other places like British Columbia, as well as Red Deer, that provide compelling evidence why we shouldn't again embark on this path. And if we have that information, why proceed down this path again? The clerk has previously indicated, and I quote, implementing a ward system is a very long and complicated process. It should tell us something that only the two much larger centers in Alberta have wards, and that's Calgary and Edmonton. Grand Prairie, Red Deer, Medicine Hat, Airdrie, and all of the other 15 communities that have more than 10,000 citizens and are considered cities do not have a ward system. The movers want to refer the issue to a committee they chair and vice chair. And the conclusion is going to be exactly the same as happened last time, where the vote was 2-2. It went to council, and even though there was some waffling back and forth and got to the point of moving somewhat forward, eventually it was killed. There's no doubt that all objectivity has been lost regarding the issue by the proponents, so why go through the motions? They've made it very clear that they're obviously supporting it, but there was a Facebook call to action for people to come down to council to support this particular motion. I apologize, I'm going to take a bit of time, but frankly, I thought the issue was gone. During my comments, I will make reference to a number of reasons why this is a bad idea, but there is one that is new because of changes to the Local Authorities Election Act. Historically, there was a 2-hour window in mid-September of an election where candidates could actually file nomination papers. Now it is as early as January 1 of the election year. So picture a situation where you have a number of wards that fill up with, and I'll use the word quality simply because that's the only word I can think of, quality candidates. I expect that in those cases, the nominations will be withdrawn and refiled in a more favorable ward. So you've got 9.5 months to people to file nominations. They have 24 hours to remove that nomination, so they could be watching who's running in which wards and trying to see if they can hedge their bets. I don't see that as democracy. And that leads me to the point that what the few people that talk to me about the ward system are always surprised at the fact that the electors in a ward have to live in the ward. Candidates in a ward do not have to live in the ward. Thus, you can hop from ward to ward to ward, at least nomination hop, and still be qualified to run in that ward. Additionally, a ward system, in my view, disenfranchises voters in that they, by necessary implication, are prevented from voting for up to 8 candidates they want seated on council. So the ward system would also practically guarantee that a third river crossing would never be built, because you would get a situation where, as has happened in many cases that have wards, like even if you have 4 people that are elected candidates on the west side, you're going to see, and it just happens by when you realize the taxes might be raised, you might have north and south wards saying, you know what, we don't want to pay for the West Side Bridge in terms of a tax increase, even though that might be a good idea for the city as a whole. Now, there are other reasons which I'll get to in a few minutes, but I want to discuss a bit as to how we actually got here. So I'll only go back as far as 2009. In October 5th of 2009, there was a report prepared by the clerk's office about the wards system, and I quote, it says, "The disadvantages are it perpetuates differences between wards. Area politics may dominate the community interest and whole of the community may suffer. It fosters local interests instead of dealing with major citywide interests. and may result in more acclamations. And again, that report reiterated there is no requirement for a candidate to live in a ward they are running in. Now, that report was received as simply to be filed, so there was no action taken on it. And let me, I know this is a little strange, but I'm going to go to British Columbia in 2004. British Columbia municipalities are all at large, and I'm including Vancouver and all of the major centers. They are at large. In 2004, the Vancouver Electoral Reform Commission, headed by former BC Supreme Court Justice Thomas Berger, made recommendation to actually go to a ward system. Commentary appeared in Vancouver newspapers regarding the economic theory and empirical evidence which indicated that any transition will be accompanied by significant economic costs to the taxpayers. And the actual quote in the newspaper was, economic theory developed largely by the Public Choice School of Economics suggests that, among other things, the incentives faced by district councillors will be very different than those of councillors elected at large. In addition, vote trading will increase. Both will lead to more spending, more taxes, and ultimately more debt. Specifically, elected at large will promote policies generally in line with the average voter's preference, whereas policies advocated by ward-based councillors will be more closely tied with particular interest groups in their districts. As a result, ward councillors will be more focused on their districts, whereas at-large representatives will be more attuned to the general interests of the city. Second, ward systems tend to promote vote trading where councillors support measures in order to receive commensurate support for their own district projects. For example, Councillor A supports a new community centre in East Vancouver for the sole purpose of securing Councillor B's support for a road project in his own district of Point Grey. Such trade-offs lead to more spending on pet projects. The Reform Commission cost the taxpayers $300,000. So Justice Berger's recommendations cost $300,000, but they ignored, according to the newspapers, several other studies published in respected academic journals directly contradicted the Commission's conclusions regarding the economic cost. The most comprehensive of these studies, written by Professor Lawrence Southwick and published in Economics and Politics in 1997, empirically tested whether or not ward systems lead to higher government taxes, spending, and debt. And in fact, in over 630 American cities were studied, and that is the conclusion that was reached. The results show that a purely at-large council spends between 11.9 and 17.6% less than an all-ward council. On the tax side, an all-large council taxes between 13.4 to 16.3% less than an all-ward council. Finally, per-person local government debt is 68.5% lower in an all-at-large council compared to an all-ward council. In other words, ward systems result in higher levels of government spending, higher levels of taxation, and higher levels of debt. Despite the report from Justice Berger, the BC retained at-large system, as does most of British Columbia. Now, that didn't end there for British Columbia. They decided we're going to try it again. So in 2022, the CBC wrote, Vancouver's lengthy ballot sparks ward system discussion again. Stuart Prest, a political scientist, is quoted, it would simplify the choice, but people may not be terribly happy with the choice once all is said and done. It really moves the focus from candidates putting together arguments for what the city needs to what their particular corner of the city needs. That very comment is made in an email received from a Lethbridge Westside resident dated November 30, 2025, just recently, who writes, I would assume that a ward system would be based upon population, so West Lethbridge would have control of the council, more residents, that's South Lethbridge, more residents than North Lethbridge. I would assume that 4 members would be from West Lethbridge, 2 from South, and 2 from North. Since I'm from the West Lethbridge, the council members from the West side would/should prioritize needs and wants of the West. Go for it. Okay. Further, there is academic research to suggest ward systems can suppress housing development, and the issue of affordable housing is at the forefront of election campaigns in both cities, and this is referring to Burnaby and Vancouver. A peer-reviewed paper published in the Review of Economics and Statistics in May, and that was in 2024, I looked at housing construction in the United States and found when municipalities moved from an at-large to ward systems, local housing production dropped by an average of 20%. The effect on multifamily housing is larger in high home ownership town, wrote author Evan Mast. The actual abstract of the article that I'm referring to, and would just be the summary, is local control of land use regulation creates not in my backyard NIMBY problem that can be suppress housing construction, contributing to rising prices and potentially slow economic growth. I study how increased local control affects housing production by exploiting a common electoral reform, changing from at-large to ward elections for town council. These reforms, which are not typically motivated by housing markets, shrink each representative's constituency from the entire town to one ward. Results from a variety of differences estimators show that this decentralization decreases housing units permitted by 20%, with similar effects on multi- and single-family permits. Now, I'll get closer to home. Lethbridge versus Red Deer. Okay. It was referenced that a former councillor, and I guess it was Jeff Kaufman, he was the one in July of 2021, just before this election, brought the resolution that brought the question to the fore. So this is a question without any information provided at the time other than let's have this question put on it. If an elector wanted more information, they had to go to the city website. The city website states, without evidence, that wards would result in a smaller list of candidates. There are similar statements that appear as facts, which may or not be accurate. But the only reference to cost on the website is that it's unknown. Reference is made to the need for defining ward boundaries, which will need to be renewed periodically. In my view, effectively what we're dealing here with is a garbage in, garbage out situation, which resulted in a 55% rate of people voting in favor of the ward system on inadequate information. That is, citizens had no idea what they were voting for. And I can say that, and the reason I can say that is because Red Deer had the same question. They put a ward system question on their ballot in 2013, but in advance of the election, they held a panel discussion on the pros and cons, and they had Mount Royal Professor Dwayne Bratt, they had a political blogger, they also had a former counselor. And here's a quote from the professor. As to weaknesses of ward system, Bratt said councils elected in this way may experience more infighting and may be less likely to prioritize the good of the city over the good of their own district. Councillors may also tend to battle over pet projects in their neighborhoods, he said. Sounds familiar? Just heard it about BC. The focus can be on projects for the region, but the costs of which are spread citywide. For example, it's a real benefit if you can have a recreation center near a ward that is paid for by the whole city. Bratt said the benefits of an at-large system, currently the case in Red Deer, are that councillors will advocate for the needs of the entire city instead of a subsection of their community. There tends to be less conflict in an at-large system because councillors aren't pitting one part of the city against another. Similar comments were made by the former councillor and the podcasters. And one of them said, one of the challenges of a ward system is the incumbency factor. He said, adding that it's also relevant to the at-large system. As we all know, in municipal politics, name recognition is everything. You have to ask yourself as a candidate and as a voter, at what point is running an election becomes inaccessible for the average person. So what happened in Red Deer? They did that, they provided the information. They had the information needed to make an informed decision, and what was their vote? Their vote was 71.7% to retain at large and 28.3% to go to the ward system. I submit that if we had proceeded by informing the public before 2021 in the same manner as Red Deer, our results would similarly have rejected a ward system. So, but we went ahead, and the question was posed. And the interesting thing is, and I just throw that out as a question. That question was posed in 2021. That particular councillor was elected in a by-election in 2011. So there was 10 years there to be able to do something with the ward system, 10 years of which nothing was done other than to throw a landmine in front of the council in running in 2021. So in that 10 years, there was no request for information on the pluses and minuses of ward system, no request for cost implications. Nevertheless, after the question was posed, Mr. Compton is reported by CBC as follows, as saying, a ward system actually works very well here. Of course, no evidence to support that is suggested. We've seen the letters from the proponents of it at the rather intensive governance SPC that's already been held. We received the report from the clerk's office who had indicated that the initial costs would be $297,000 estimation of one-time and ongoing expense. So that was the one-time, was the just under $300,000. After that, there was an ongoing annual, which was going to be $100,000 per additional staff to maintain the ward system. So that's an additional $300,000 a year. Then ongoing every 4 years, because you have to do boundary, things of that nature, is $75,000. And then ongoing every 8 to 12 years, there's an operational maintenance ward boundary review of $300,000. Well, you can add those numbers up and you can see they're quite significant. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve? There is no problem. We have Lethbridge is the only community other than Red Deer that is a similar size that actually dealt with this issue, and Red Deer dealt with it correctly. They provided the information, and you saw what the results were. Now, I do have a little bit more information. This one's from Northern Illinois University. Kimberly Nelson, Assistant Professor of Public Administration, Northern Illinois University, shares the pros and cons of wards at-large council systems. And she says, roughly 64% of city governments whose daily operations are overseen by a city manager use an at-large system of council representation, according to Nelson. She said the system was created to eradicate machine politics. So the advantages are the council will have the citizens as a whole as their constituency. Therefore, they will be more likely to advocate for policies that will benefit the community as a whole rather than some subsection of the community. Research has also shown there's less conflict between council members in an at-large system, she said. This again is similar to what other studies quoted earlier had indicated. Studies, and this one surprised me, studies also have found unions tend to have more success gaining concessions from the city when there are wards. Those guys are looking at me now. Anyways, wards also may spur greater voter turnout, Nelson said, but typically only in small amounts, unless there is a hot issue or the election coincides with national elections. So that's an American thing. And finally, she says, wards also have disadvantages in terms of greater conflict between councilmen and greater possibility of pork projects. Now, this is most of this information was provided the last time we discussed this. So this is not really new information except some of the additional stuff that I found from the states. So sending this to an SPC is simply going to result in a self-fulfilling prophecy. The same players are going to be involved, and a recommendation for a ward system will be voted on. Then it's back to council to see if there's an appetite to spend a ton of money to resolve a problem that doesn't exist and turn Lethbridge into a ward system city that no other community in Alberta has other than Calgary and Edmonton. Vote no, please. I apologize for the length.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, and very well spoken, Councillor Dodick. First of all, I think we should be straight up here. everyone's going to say, well, it's in your self-interest as council not to want a ward system. Actually, I'd say against, because it's all based on name recognition, and if any member of council wants to go jump in a ward, they're going to have a popular name. So we can't say it's self-interest, our self-interest to prevent a ward system. Second of all, most cities that have a ward system, usually a ward consists of 100 to 130,000 people per ward. And there's a logic behind that because it's a lot of area. I can understand that. So there's a lot of merit to that. So I don't believe Lethbridge, I think Lethbridge completely as a whole is roughly about 120,000 people. It always becomes an issue at election time. I've been around for numerous elections. Some say too long. That's all right. But the point is, it's always an issue at election time. I don't remember being discussed at the start of a term or midway through a term. It's always at the end of the term when there's 35 people running for Lethbridge City Council. And people say, it's just way too much work. I don't know what to do. If we had a ward system, quotations, ward system, it would make it a lot easier. That's a fallacy, because you could easily have 35 people running a ward. It could be just as confusing then. So what are we trying to solve here? What's the why? A ward system would be a poor choice for Lethbridge because it risks creating unnecessary division in a city already functioning effectively at a large representation. With wards, councillors may begin prioritizing local interests over the needs of the whole community, making it harder to address citywide issues such as infrastructure planning, fiscal management, and economic development. Smaller wards can also lead to unequal representation if population shifts occur, requiring frequent boundary adjustments. Campaign costs might increase as candidates need to run targeted, localized campaigns rather than appeal broadly to all the residents. Additionally, a ward system can limit voter choice. Residents would only be able to vote for one councillor instead of helping select a slate or a complete team. Overall, adopting wards could fragment decision-making, reduce accountability, and erode collaborative approach that currently supports the balanced and unified governance in Lethbridge. And I've seen that firsthand. Councils collectively. It's kind of like in baseball. Here's my analogy. The manager picks the starting lineup, and that's the team. Now, what happens if we do go to a ward system? And let's say, for example, I represent Paradise Canyon, or whatever that area over there. People go, I don't like Parker. Didn't like how he votes. Don't care for him. Don't like him at all. Guess what? They're stuck with me. But in the system we have now, someone can call up Brian Wolf, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, Councillor Campbell. They may say, I went to school with them. I went to university with them. Heck, we played on the softball team together. I relate with them more. I'm going to pick the member of council I feel most comfortable with. I don't want to deal with Parker. But if you have the ward system, that's what's going to happen. If I represent, no, let's be honest here. If I represented just certain areas of the west side, what do I care about the north side? What do I care about Uplands? What do I care about Hardyville? But right now, I do care because I'm accountable to the whole community, all 120,000 people. Citizens have a responsibility too. They need to be engaged as well. You can cut and change this whole system however you want, but the citizens also have a responsibility to get informed. Maybe we need to do a better job of just not only town halls, but maybe issue-driven town halls in certain areas of the community where all 8 of us, including the mayor, 9, are focused on making the right decision for that community, that certain area of the community. This is a bad idea. We have rehashed this. Now, if this was at the start of the term, last election, I would say, yeah, I guess we owe it, but we have done it. And actually, I do recall myself and Councillor Milton Hope, we brought a model forward, a precedent model. A model which would allow representation across the city. It would shift. It would be 2 members of council here, 2 members of council here. Every 6 months, we rotate. If someone had an issue on the north side, there was 2 designated members of council. They were focusing on that. They were alerting that area. The questions are, but at the same time, you could call any member of council you want, but we knew there was 2 designated. I do believe, Madam City Clerk, that was voted down. That was voted down. I do believe there's hundreds of hours put into that, but that was voted down. So to say we haven't visited this issue or looked at some kind of representation is a fallacy. The good thing about that whole resolution, or that was asked on the plebiscite question, it created that conversation, and it got voted down. You go down this road, like Councillor Dodig said, we're going to be coming back again, and we're going to be having the same argument. Mark your calendars. If this gets sent to SPC, February, I'm thinking May or June, the same players will be presenting, It always happens. And that's nothing against the players. The players have all the right to. I encourage anyone to come speak. And they shouldn't be penalized. They shouldn't be marginalized for coming forward. But it's the same thing over and over again. What's the why? Why are we doing this? Oh, I know why. Because at election time, people find it confusing when they have to pick 30 people. I didn't hear it very much this election with 18 people running. I must be going to the wrong forums. I must be going to the wrong doors because I didn't hear it. What I heard from people is, I like my property taxes to come down a little bit. I'm kind of sticking to the snow removal policy, not to say anything bad about it. Those are the issues that people actually talk to me about. Not one person said, we got to get a ward system. So I don't know, I must be out to lunch here. And I'm not going to waste my council's time, the community's time, and the administrator's time. Because I don't care when it says, well, administration, your designated hours, they have put lots of hours into these SPCs, and you're going to do all this to do what? To do the same thing over again. This is a hard no.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Over to Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what's being discussed here is important and is great to be discussing. I think when I look at this from the term I've learned here since being on council is high level. So if I'm looking at this from a high level point of view, where I have some concerns is I struggle with the perception that this is, because we're a big city, that this has to happen because we're a big city. And my observations so far from a high level point of view is that this perceived or now institutionalized vision that we are a big city has actually hurt us in a lot of ways. It reduces this concept that we are a big city, I think makes us less nimble when it comes to decision making that affects our finances, that affects taxation. I had a meeting today was very informative, but I was told anything that I wanted to have that I thought might be worth implementing couldn't be looked at till 2028. So high level, this concept that we're such a big city that this stuff needs to happen, I push against that concept. I think if we want to have this vision that Lethbridge is this big city, I think that's going to be a negative to how we as a council work to try to find efficiencies and cost savings without passing on these big tax hikes, which the people of Lethbridge have universally spoken loud and clear that is their, by far, number one concern. I think my other question or apprehension is I do deeply fear this will foment division within council. My observation so far of council is just a wonderful group of people that will work together to find the best solutions for Lethbridge, whether that solution is on the west side or on the south side, and even that stark geographical division within Lethbridge, I think might be unique to us, where there's going to always be a west side, south side comparison. Until the west side gets a Costco, there's always going to be this comparison of how we have got it good on the south side, and I'm concerned about that. So I think these are points to be considered in your vote to my fellow council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Campbell.
Well, I think my two colleagues to my left here, a man of infinite resource and sagacity, and also Mr. Parker. We've been through this again. We've all been through this. I've seen the information as well, and I've gone through it. We've discussed it, and I never have really seen the definitive answer that we do need a ward system. And I think one of the things that stood up from Councillor Dodic is saying when he said, "Well, what problem are we trying to fix?" And I don't see it. So I'm a no.
Councillor Bieber. I've got you, Councillor Crowson, in his closing. Yeah, Councillor Bieber.
Based upon the eloquent discussions I've heard from Councillor Dodic and Parker, if this was actually to come to a vote right now before City Council, I might change my tune on this because I hear the cost of this. I hear what Councillor Parker said about representing the entire community, which is important because each of us, wherever we live, we have an obligation to represent the whole community. And the cost of this exact as Mr. Dodick stated, could be extreme. It could really be extreme. But during the campaign, I heard from so many people, they wanted this discussion. And I don't see why would hurt just to even bring it back to an SBC discuss. I may not vote for it, and right now, I probably wouldn't, upon hearing the discussions I had for Councillor Dodick and Parker. But I am in favor of having people have their say at the SBC on this. That's part of good governance, and I realize some of the people who elected me may not like what I'm hearing, but my fellow councillors made some very good points. But as a former journalist, I want to hear all sides of it. So I am going to support this motion.
Thank you. Myself, I'm through chicken scratch here as I'm listening to my colleagues speak on this, and I think those around the horseshoe here probably knocked thousands and thousands, not probably did knock thousands and thousands of doors. And from what they're hearing, division I've heard a report of hundreds of cities that came back as proof that government spending is higher, obviously resulting in higher taxes, suppressing housing development. This isn't one community, this is hundreds. Less priority less priority and support to joint projects, hence playing one ward over another one, and as they continue to advocate for their own ward. And this is coming from someone that it's the mayor is obviously at large, and I know I've heard before, well, you're holding a bias. I'm whatever way this was, if it had passed the other way and I was fortunate enough to be elected, as if it was a ward sit in the last time, it'd still be over the whole city. No biases. I'm hearing these comments, and again, I hear what Councillor Bieber had mentioned, that this has to come back, but I'm sure being a journalist, you heard it a whole pile before as well, and it's already been all out there. It's all that information is out there, and I'd encourage you, if you haven't, go back and have a look at it. Do we every single time need to bring this back and rehash it again and again and again? The information is there. The video is probably there to Madam City Clerk to be able to go back and watch this. To watch this exact debate that will probably happen again. There's a cost to this. There's a cost of resources and when I see that there's the less priority and support to joint projects and I just. My mind goes to many of the things that Councillor Dodick has just brought up, and I thank him for his extensive research. It's almost like he's a lawyer or something, and just what he has brought forward, because I see that. I see the importance of what Councillor Bieber had mentioned of, let's have this information. And if we didn't have it previously, I would say 100%, let's have that information again. But it was just hash, and it wasn't that long ago, and we came back with huge costs, over 300,000 plus administration. Hundreds of hours went into this. If we decide to put this to an SBC and if SBC decides, let's get administration on here, what did I hear mostly at the doors? Cut my damn taxes. This isn't going to cut your taxes. I can guarantee you that right now, as it goes through administration. Can promise you that's not going to happen. I don't make any promises, but I know that the dollars would come out of this. That's going to be a cost that we're trying to lower taxes, and the discussion, putting it to an SBC and moving it along when we already have the information is just going to cost more. And what did we hear? I think if I went around this table, what's one of the number one things we heard at the door? Well, the number one thing, cut my taxes. My taxes are too high. This will not do it, so I will not be supporting it. In closing, Councillor Crowson?
It's rather ironic that we just gave ourselves permission to have this conversation, but not the public. And that's what we did. We just had the conversation. We ignored our own 5-minute rule about how long we talk, so we could all say what we wanted, but we're not willing to listen to the public have the same opportunity to speak towards it. And what problem are we trying to fix? I wouldn't have brought this forward if there wasn't a problem. And this is what I am hearing from the public. They are disconnected from council. They have a lack of trust in council. There are disparities between different areas of the community. They need better advocacy from council. This Yes, there is a concern about the number of candidates in the election, but there are people who are feeling very disconnected. They are feeling unrepresented. Is the ward system the perfect solution? I have no idea. There is no perfect system of governance. All I have ever advocated for is to look into it. And last time we did not. Yes, there was some information, but the thing that would have actually have set it up to have us have a sense of the cost of everything else, we stopped. I also love the bias here because it's obvious you haven't thought through what type of system. Nothing said here was about a mixed system, of having a mix of at-large and ward system, which has the balance of having best of both of them in a potential system. The ward system is actually the most common system. We see it in all the rural municipalities across Alberta, and don't kid yourself, every constituency is a ward. We see it provincially, we see it federally. Again, perfect in no way. Basically keep parties out of ward systems and you have a much better ward system, but that's a matter for another day. There is concerns out there. The public is reaching out. They want to have the conversation. The conversation may lead us to different answers than a ward system, but we need to have the conversation. This is the lead into the conversation, but there is a conversation that needs to be had. We would not have a problem if we were seeing 50% turnout voting. We're seeing less than 20%, and yeah, there's other issues at play as well, but we're consistently seeing low voter turnout. We are not seeing young people coming out to vote, and that's probably going to see lower turnout in the next few years because of that. The other problem that people are telling me about is that nobody's held accountable without ward systems. We can just all pass the buck. We can listen to somebody and go, well, I don't have an answer, go talk to so-and-so. So nobody's being held accountable. And there are other issues as well. There is a hope that it would keep down the cost of running. I know Councillor Parker suggested it would increase it, but the research suggests it would bring it down. Oh, sorry. Sorry. All of these things are there, and it's all balanced by the fact that under the MGA, even if you are elected by a ward system, you have to speak on behalf of the entire community. And so, again, part of the governance's role, part of the SBC's role, is to have these conversations, to talk to the public, whether they agree with it or not. And I have heard people who don't like it, I've heard people who like it, but what I'm mostly hearing from the people is talk to us, have a conversation with us, actually look into this and include us. Don't just make it about the 9 of us sitting here espousing what we believe, listen to the community, and that can be done at an SBC. It also could be done at a community meeting if we want to go that route and listen from the whole public. This can also be deferred if you want more information, but don't ignore the community who is saying, would you please listen to us, include us? We are feeling left out. I hope my colleagues will support this to go at least to an SBC so we can hear. Nobody shows up, it can die there. But if they show up, let's listen to what their concerns actually are. And since I think everybody has spoken, I'll call the question.
All right, with that, are we ready to vote? All in favor, again, the raising of the hands in favor is to send it to an SBC. Not voting is to cancel it. There's been a lot of discussion. I just want to make sure that. And you vote on, well, on the system and by hand. Yeah. All right, with that, the question has been called. All in favor? And those opposed?
Just like I think you should do it because people got locked up.
All right. A vote by hand. In favor again? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? And that is defeated. Did you get the numbers, Madam City Clerk? All right, with that, I'm going to ask just for a 10-minute break and bio break, and we'll return here at 1:58. I'm sorry to my colleagues out there. I know you guys are waiting for a long time here. So we'll return here in 10 minutes. All right. Ryan, we're good? Okay, welcome back. And we'll continue on with official business motions. And the next one is from Acting Mayor Crowson. Review of all fees and charges, 6.2. Whereas the City of Lethbridge imposes various fees and charges for municipal services and activities, and whereas a comprehensive review of these fees have not been conducted recently, and whereas excessive and outdated fees may burden residents and businesses, and gaps or undercharging may exist, and whereas Lethbridge City Council requires up-to-date and easily accessible information on all fees and charges in order to make future budget and service level decisions, now therefore be it resolved that the city manager be directed to conduct a comprehensive review of all user fees, charges, and rate structures levied by the City of Lethbridge, including but not limited to permits, licenses, and service charges. And further be resolved that administration provide a report to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee by Q2 2027, detailing a rationale for each fee, benchmarking against comparable municipalities and recommendations for adjustment or elimination where appropriate to be considered as part of the 2028 to 2031 operating budget deliberations. And further be resolved that a listing of user fees, charges, and rate structures are summarized and published in one convenient location or document. And further be resolved that any funding required to complete the user fee and rate structure review be funded from the current approved operating budget. So I'll open it up to questions, and I do have one to start off with to Mr. City Manager. I like this. The question I have, if you didn't have this, are you not going to review organizations?
Well, this is embarrassing. I wasn't actually. I was talking to Mr. Matthews about another thing.
Well, it's review
sorry.
of all fees and charges. You've seen this before. I'm just wondering, if you didn't have this, would you not be reviewing these organizations?
So I can say, and Mr. Matthews can weigh in, this is something that has not been done holistically ever.
Okay.
And in some areas for quite some time. So I would say it would be good to receive direction on
Because
this.
I like it, but I just didn't know
Yeah.
if you are not going to do it unless we say to do it.
I think direction would be welcomed.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
I know there's many questions, but I'm actually going to make a friendly amendment to my own motion here, because as we just heard the city manager say, this has not been done. And so where on my second further be it resolved, I would like to include that not only do they bring back the rationale, benchmarking, et cetera, but also a timeline for when it should be done again after this one, so that it is an ongoing process and not a one and done. And it might be different for different fees. There's some fees that probably would have to be done annually, some would have to be done every so often, but to build in a timeline for continuing. So I am going to, and I don't have the exact wording, sorry, Ms. Hilford, but to basically to build into this, as well as a timeline for this to occur in the future. That looks good to me, Mr. Westerson, but somebody may, just to give us a sense of where we're going, that this needs to be information there continually. So I just want to make that as a friendly to myself and with consensus to put that as the motion on the floor.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crowson, for bringing this forward. I really do appreciate it. It's very well written as well. My question is, you have Q2 2027. Why that year, not Q2 2026? It just seems 2027 is quite a distance away.
There are two reasons that that is in there. One, that was in discussion with Mr. Matthews and the workload, because this is huge going right across the entire corporation. The other thing is we need this information for the budget deliberations in the fall of 2027. The deliberations in the fall of 2026 is basically that one-year stub budget that we're probably not going to make much changes to. It is actually the big budget for 2028 that we're going to need this information.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the answer.
Councillor Campbell.
Kind of following in on that with Mr. City Manager, how doable is this when it's asked? I mean, it sort of got there. I'm sure you're not surprised by it, but I mean, that's extra work for you. How doable is it right now for you? I mean, you're going to do it, but I know it's going to be, it's an added thing.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell, in that regard. Yes, so a couple pieces there. One, we do look at it, and different departments look at it different ways. The difference in this one, it's a comprehensive review where we take a look at it. We're also looking at things like balancing the community versus individual benefits, so we give back information to council. So it's a little bit more extensive, but at the same point, it's something that we know needs to get done. It's one of the things that is important to do to make sure. We've had a few areas where we haven't changed rates in a number of years. And some of that's to do with, with the COVID pressures that we had faced, and also the budgetary reductions. So we need to look at all of this. So we know we have to do that inside of here. We have the resources and so forth, and the timelines is the resourcing times that we would do this in.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Councillor Croson, for bringing this forward. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager designate, when we're looking at this, or actually this may go to Councillor Croson, are we also including things like utility fees in this? Was that the intent? Like, we're looking at all fees, levies, everything like that, so we would include utility fees, offsite levies, examinations of everything?
The idea is this to be comprehensive. Keep in mind that we are doing the bylaws right this year, or right now today, for utilities. Those are done constantly, so it would just be a matter of including them in the list so we have one comprehensive list. We are also doing a review of offsite levies, but yes, they too should be in that list. Other communities actually have a fees bylaw. It was not necessary. I thought to be necessary to go that far, but to have one list, because right now we're having trouble finding this, like myself when I'm trying to look for this. So all fees and services should be on that list, even though some already have a mechanism where they are being done annually.
But it is a way to get them all into one package. Yeah. And then is your intent to host this on the City of Lethbridge website? Because I see the rate structures are summarized and published in one convenient location or document. Would the intent be to host this on the City of Lethbridge website so that residents could access it as well?
There is no intention for this to be private, like information only for council. This is something that would be public. It already is if somebody wants to do the hours and hours of work to draft it. So this is absolutely something that would be there for the community. I heard in the election the need for something like this, so it'll probably get voted down because we heard about it from people during the election, but this is something people would absolutely love to have the information on.
Okay, so something, your intent is to make it public then?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And question just for, through the city manager to Mr. Matthews. I see the last operative clause here is that the fee and rate structure review be funded from the current approved operating budget. That discussion, I know I see it there, but the nod is yes. But would that concern being going forward that you would have to add support, or is this something that will continue within your operating budget?
So thank you, Mayor Higgin, for that question on that. So what that last clause there means is that we have it within our operating budget for not only our existing staff working on this, we do have money inside of there to get some consulting work as well too. Some of the work that we will do on this will be looking at that community versus individual benefit. So we'll go out to RFP and get that as well too. But it's within our existing operating budget to be able to do this work. There's no additional funds.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Dodek.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff within the existing operating budget, but do we have a number, at least an upset number, saying that, well, it's not going to be more than $7,250,000.38?
At this stage here, I haven't gone, like we're going to go out to market and so forth, obviously, and so we'll have to have a budgetary figure. I would think my guesstimate is around here, this is what I mean at this stage here, is guesstimates around 100 to 150,000 that you would have this work for.
Okay.
But that may be quite a bit larger or it could be a bit lower. We're just trying to figure out the budgetary component. Once we understand the total piece and we start working through it, then we'll come up with that.
Okay, somewhere in that range then.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, still on the hot seat there, Mr. Matthews. So we hear that terminology, sometimes you have to spend money to save money. Do you believe in looking through this that could be some of the outcomes as we're reviewing these different, what the fees and charges that we could realize something like that? Not saying that we will, but is that something that's going to be looked into?
So, thank you, Councillor Mayor Hagan, in that regard. So what we'll be looking at here as we go through it, it's not necessarily that the fees and charges it'll be in itself will lower costs. Not to say we didn't find something as we go through the reviews. However, what it does do is it takes a look at whether taxpayers are paying for it or individuals are paying for it. And it's making sure that the basis of it is sound. So that comes down to looking at things community benefit versus individual benefit. So it's something like renting a picnic shelter is typically all individual benefit. And that should be, cost recovery kind of an aspect. Utility fee charges should at least be cost recovery, and we've seen that in a few places as well. When you see when it looks at other ones, and I'll talk about, say, somewhere like transit, there's a community benefit and there's an individual benefit, and how far does that go along? And that's why we would look at this and bring that back to council, for council to make those determinations on where they believe that community versus individual benefit is. And so this will just feed into information to help us understand how much should be taxpayer versus individual pay.
Excellent, thank you. I see no further questions, thank you. So I'll turn to Councillor Crowson to open debate.
I've said from the beginning when I was elected 8 years ago that sometimes it's very difficult to know when you're succeeding at this job, because some of the information we most require is not easy to get our hands on. And so I've been working over the past 8 years to start putting some of the boundaries around some of this information that I feel that would make council much more strategic and much more in charge of the work that we need to do for the city. And so we've got the asset management in place now. We are hopefully going to look at a service level policy with governance actually helping to lead that in the spring. And that will give another level where it'll be council responsible for making the decisions. This too is something that needs to be something we have. So right now it is a review. It would bring us back to fees and charges. But as Mr. Matthews alluded to, that then becomes the role of council for that philosophical discussion, a strategic discussion when we have that information. In what situation should users pay? How much? What are the pros and cons? How much should taxpayers pay for? And so getting this information would just be the beginning of then using that information during budget deliberations with who should pay, how should it pay. First, we need the information. It'll help businesses, residents ensure that they have the information and that it's there, and then it will lead to the further discussion. So I hope my colleagues will support this. It is going to be a lot of work, but absolutely essential, and we need it, as I said, to be more strategic and to do the work of council in a much better way.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Take it as your opening and closing.
I'll call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Those opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Have a resolution here from Councillor Parker, City of Lethbridge employee staffing statistics. Be it resolved, City Council direct administration to provide no later than December 16th, 2025, the number of employees working for the City of Lethbridge for 2 reference points in time to allow for comparison. November 1st, 2024 and November 1st, 2025. Categorized by the following criteria: employment type, permanent full-time employees, non-permanent employees to include seasonal, casual, and term employees. And number 2, department breakdown, number of employees in each department classified by the employment types listed above. And further be resolved that City Council direct administration provide reporting on the benchmark information above semi-annually until the end of this council term to support ongoing monitoring of workforce composition and departmental staffing levels over time. And that the reporting period, as well as the relevant definitions or classifications used to distinguish between full-time, part-time, and term positions are included. So I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, and the second, further be it resolved, it talks about semi-annually. That becomes a little confusing, because if you're doing it semi-annually and the benchmark period is November 1 to November 1, it's would seem to suggest then 6 months later or a year later.
And thank you very much. Originally, I was thinking quarterly, but after working with Ms. Minton on this, more realistically, it happened every 6 months. So my only benchmark I wanted right off the bat was November 1st, 2024. So we have a comparable about just over a year ago. And then to this date, and then moving forward, every 6 months after that.
So after November 1, 2025, 6 months later, and 6 months after
Yeah.
that, and
So
so on.
technically, if the report comes on December 16th, it would be June 16th. Am I correct? That June 16th of the following year, or that council meeting around that time.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I need to understand, Councillor Parker, why you feel we need this information. We set the service level, and we need to do a lot more work around service level policy and actually setting service levels, absolutely. We set the budget. We give those to the city manager and say, this is what we want you to achieve with this cost, and then we leave it to the city manager to determine how to do that, whether, it's higher staff contract, et cetera. So what is the reason that you think we need to have this? What information will it provide to us and to the residents?
That's a great question. If you can recall, especially past members of council, anytime we asked our city manager or department heads, they go, well, so how many people work within that department, or how many people are at staff at this time? They're like, well, it all depends. I always miss Mr. Matthews always say, well, it all depends when you're asking and all that. So when people ask you, how many people work for the city of Lethbridge? We should have a cheat sheet in our back pocket. How much it costs to operate the city, how much it costs of all the utilities, and how many people work for the city. Those are questions that people ask us in the community. We're not telling them to have less staff or more staff. All I need is to know is how many people do work for the city. And when I was talking to Ms. Minton on it a while back, she's like, I'm glad you brought this forward because we really don't have a system in place to identify exactly how many staff. We never know exactly how many staff at a point in time work for the city of Lethbridge. It changes all the time. So if we have some benchmarking, it actually helps us out. So by having this resolution, they're going to create a system that helps them out as well in regards to accounting to staff, and it also keeps us as council informed of how many people work. Because quite often people will say to us in the community, well, I heard you guys hired an extra 100 staff. And then when we ask the city manager, well, it all depends. Well, now we're gonna have some hard numbers and hard facts to go back to the community. We're not saying it's a bad or good thing how many staff we have, but at least we have facts and real numbers.
Councillor Bieber.
On the surface, I like this because we hear a lot of people talking about transparency, but I'm just still a little concerned about the context because staffing can change for a variety of reasons, Ryan. So, I wonder if you could explain a bit on that, because on the surface, I do think it's a great idea, but context, I'm lacking.
Words in there are seasonal, casual, and term employees. And I think in the report that comes in the 16th, we'll also explain we'll have a definition for each one of these so you have an understanding of it. Because right now, what does a term employee mean? Like, this is lingo and jargon that some of us around this table may know, but new people may not know. And so when we see, like, for example, in a report that, let's say, Waste and Water have, let's say, 20 term employees, and the next time they have only 5 term employees, what does that mean? Did those employees end up becoming full-time or no longer term employees? So it gives us understanding of the layers of who does the job and their timelines. Because quite often you hear the word term employee. In terms of what does term employee actually mean? Well, term employee means they're here for a certain term. And so when there's no longer any term positions, does that mean that that job has been done, that a certain application that had to happen is concluded and no longer, or is that term position now a full-time position? So usually you may see a cause and effect that, let's say you have 100 term employees and suddenly the other department jumps up 50, or that jumps up 50 permanent. Maybe those terms are now permanent. So it gives me better knowledge. But the more important thing is when I go back to the community and they say, my tax has gone up, and yeah, you know what? We have less staff than we did a year ago. Or we have less managers, we have all that. Because that's information that's important to us to get back to me. We're not getting into the operations of where these staff should go and all that, but at least we have hard numbers. Just like we have a budget. We know what the exact budget number is. If I was to ask the city manager, well, what's our budget? Well, it's this way. We have a hard number, just like we should know how many people work within this corporation. Like any corporation, you go to Dunlop Ford, you go to any corporation, how many people work? This is how many people work for us. This is how many part-time we have. Good, now I know.
Ms. Minton.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you very much, Councillor Parker, for your thoughtful comments. I just want to clarify, the city does know how many staff we have. We have a system that counts that, of course, but we don't annually report that out, and we do not have a current dashboard, so this provides us that opportunity. Yeah.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, through you to the city manager designate, and this would follow up on Ms. Mitten's comment that she just made. Will you be creating a dashboard then for the public on this?
Thank you for the question. So the initial thought is yes. However, I don't think I'll have that dashboard in place by December 16th. But yes, it is public information from that point forward.
Okay.
What we
so
share with council.
The intent would be to create a dashboard sometime down the road, and it would be publicly available.
It would be available during the council report outs.
Okay, okay. And then to Councillor Parker, looking at the employment types that you have listed here, is the intent to also have contracting consultants under this as an employment type? Would you see a need for that to be included as well?
So say the question again, just so.
Is the intent to have contracting consultants under that as well? And would you see a need, would you not see a need to include contract work and consultants under that as well?
Ms. Minton, would that muddy the waters because they're not really technically staffed with employee numbers, or would that be okay?
I think it would make for a good second request from council if that was something they wanted to direct administration. I think it would be cleaner if you're looking for how many people provide the services and the current service levels at the city of Lethbridge. That will be the information we have been directed by you, Councillor Parker, to present. If it was about contractors, I couldn't speak to that because it's not in my purview. I think it would muddy it, but it would also take additional time.
Okay. And I only say that because contractors and consultants also provide for service levels within our city. So I don't know if you might want to do a motion rising, or we can discuss this afterwards and make a secondary motion.
I think it's a great idea, but I don't think it's part of this resolution, but I think it's information the community knows because we do spend a lot of money on consultants and all that. So I think it's a great idea, but I don't want to add it or muddy this. I don't want to use the word muddy. I want to keep this as more of a cleaner resolution, but I think that's a great resolution.
Okay, we will have a discussion about that after then.
I think it's a good idea.
All right, see no further questions, thank you. So to open debate, Councillor Parker?
Thank you. And I think through my questions, hopefully that I answered, gave some logic and debate around it. So if there's no other debate, I would call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next motion is a motion that I'm bringing forward, so I'll have Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel read that.
Thank you very much. So official business motion from Mayor Higgins, social advocacy. Whereas creating a safe and viable community continues to be a priority for Lethbridge City Council, and whereas a compassionate approach to our homeless and vulnerable populations also continues to be a priority, and whereas Lethbridge City Council has committed unprecedented funding of $760,000 annually to execute outreach and encampment programs that have seen great success in the last 2 years and have been emulated by municipalities across the country. And whereas, since the launch of the encampment strategy, more than 2,200 encampment-related sites have been responded to, and outreach services have supported over 20 individuals exiting homelessness. And whereas Lethbridge has increasing numbers of high-risk youth who face complex challenges, including justice involvement, mental health issues, substance abuse, and family breakdowns, factors that often lead to addictions, homelessness, and long-term vulnerability if left unaddressed. And whereas the Building Safer Communities Fund, a federal initiative launched in 2022, provided funding to the City of Lethbridge alongside Lethbridge Police Service to develop and implement targeted prevention and intervention strategies for high-risk youth, and will not be renewed and will end in March 2026, creating a noticeable gap in services for at-risk youth. And whereas a mobile overdose prevention site has been opening temporarily on the street in front of the Lethbridge Wellness Shelter and Stabilization Unit since August 2020, the initial intent of this mobile unit was to temporarily help with the transition from the closure of the permanent supervised consumption site, while other wraparound facilities and supports were implemented in Lethbridge. And whereas the Blood Tribe Department of Health, as the operator of the Lethbridge Wellness Wellness Shelter and Stabilization Unit through the Overdose Prevention Site funding is supporting the vulnerable population in the shelter area through response to overdoses and outreach to assist with navigating to recovery-oriented services. And whereas the province of Alberta and the city of Lethbridge have since realized the investment of these supports, including but not limited to recovery centers, permanent supportive housing, and a shelter and stabilization expansion. And whereas the government of Alberta has articulated a clear mandate to transition from harm reduction to a recovery-oriented system of care while ensuring vulnerable populations continue to receive support. And whereas recent Alberta Health Services data indicates a downward trend in overdose fatalities in Lethbridge, with 0 overdose deaths reported in July 2025, suggesting that integrated recovery and outreach efforts are having a positive effect. Now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Hagan, on behalf of the Lethbridge City Council, write a letter to the Alberta government requesting the conclusion of the temporary mobile overdose prevention unit in Lethbridge as part of the planned transition to recovery-focused services, consistent with the government of Alberta's recovery-oriented system of care, and further be it resolved that the ongoing funding for those services be reallocated to the City of Lethbridge for 1, the continuation of the Building Safer Communities program for youth prevention services and programs for health, wellness, and recovery that will ensure that prevention is top of mind and that our most vulnerable youth do not become part of the homeless population in the future. 2, the continuation and enhancement of funding as needed for overdose prevention and response, outreach, and navigation for recovery-oriented programming that is provided by the Lethbridge Wellness Shelter and Stabilization Unit. And 3rd, additional support for the City of Lethbridge's programs to further connect vulnerable populations with services they need for safety and well-being.
I just want to add one thing to it there, that you'll see the bolded parts. I just want to make sure that prior to questions, that the bolded parts were not in, that was added. I did add those in as a friendly after speaking with the Blood Tribe Department of Health. Had a meeting with them last week, and this was 2 parts that they asked to, if I would be willing to add those, and so that's the bold parts that are in there. And so I just want to make sure that's why they're bolded there, if you're wondering. And if you have the online version, this is in addition to what was online, the bolded parts. All right, thank you.
And we will open that up to questions. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks for the resolution. It's a good step. I just, harm reduction has always been kind of a controversial sort of a way of, one of the ways of dealing with addiction and mental illness. I just wonder, you're saying that it's a downward trend with the safe consumption site being gone, but there's a downward trend in the overdoses. Where are we getting that data, and where, can you substantiate that trend?
Absolutely. The data comes from the Alberta Health, and it's all online to be found, and I'll read it, just a few of the stats here to your point.
I'd like to hear that.
Since 2023, there's been an 89.7% decrease in the rate of substance abuse deaths in Lethbridge. In 2023, there were 55 opioid-related fatalities in public spaces. In 2025, there's been 0 to date. In 2023, EMS averaged 33.5 opioid related events per month. In 2025, they averaged 7 per month, an 80% decrease. Deaths by opioid overdose were 109 per 100,000, which was the most in the province back in 2023. And we are down now from 109 per 100,000 to 9.6 to 100,000 per 100,000, which is the lowest in the province to date. And since the last full year of the OPS operating today, we have a 91% decrease in site visits. And so the cost currently is $3.8 million is used on that facility. And so up at Alberta Municipalities, I had asked the minister to what would happen if we were to remove that service, because I know that this is a recovery-oriented system of care, this ROSC model that has been working throughout the province. And so I wanted to make sure that those dollars would stay within the community, and I was told that they would. We do have another, there's precedence there, because the same thing happened in Red Deer, where Red Deer temporary, we thought it was going to be 6 to 8 months, ours has been whatever it is, 5 or 6 years. Theirs came in after ours, their temporary unit, and left before ours. And those dollars are be reallocated 100% to the community to use in other prevention services. So that's why I want to make sure before that, bringing this forward, that we would use all of those dollars within our community to continue the work that's being done to lower the rates to what we've seen today.
And, you know, and I'm not on the ground seeing this sort of thing that's going on. And I don't know if you can speak to this, but what is working right now with the situation, and how can we be sure that it's going to continue on a downward trend?
We've heard many things, and our encampment strategy, for one thing, that has helped. We've council had took it upon ourselves here a few years ago to put dollars into an encampment strategy, not to remove people's homes, but to find folks that are in there that are requiring services. So it was a cost involved with that, of course, but we're seeing the results from that, and we've heard loud and clear from the community that they're seeing less issues when it comes to the encampments. Now, there's some areas that there's more focus needed, but compared to what it was before, it's been a large drop. Some of that is, and I wish we had, and I actually do have Mr. Malcolm here, I see over there, and if I could ask you, Mr. Malcolm, to talk just a little bit about what other things, I don't know if you heard this question or not, about some of the strategies that we've done that has helped to reduce this. And a huge shout out to those folks that are actually sitting in the crowd here from emergency services and the work that they've done over the many, many years. And so your support has been amazing. Thank you. Mr. Malcolm?
Thank you for the question and the opportunity to speak to it. I'd say that there is no one single thing that has changed those trends, but we are seeing significant trends when it comes to crime reduction, to overdose, and to social disorder, and they're all related to a bunch of different things. One, I think, is that shift towards the recovery care model of care. We've seen significant investment in housing and wraparound supports, including the shelter expansion, permanent supportive housing, and we as administration have focused our encampment and outreach teams into really understanding the issues and providing those opportunities to connect people to support services. And the other piece I would say is that we've spent a lot of time focusing on prevention. So both through the Building Safer Communities programming, as well as the FCSS funding that we distribute into the community, there has been significant effort to fund prevention initiatives, which are starting to allow us to get ahead of the trend, helping more individuals from not entering into that lifestyle. So I would say it's a concerted effort over, probably at this point 3 or 4 years now, from the city of Lethbridge, but also our partners with the federal government and the province that have led us to seeing some of these results.
Just one more question, if I may, to Mr. Malcolm. I mean, is there a relationship between how close the temporary SES was to the shelter and the success rate in, dropping in overdoses?
I honestly probably wouldn't be able to comment on that. It's not necessarily in our scope. I think the trends would acknowledge that there has been a significant change in the trajectory of those overdoses since that time. Proximity to the shelter, I don't know how much that weighs into that.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malcolm. Thank you.
Councillor Bieber?
Yes, this is a really complicated issue, and I've been talking to a lot of medical people, I've talked to doctors, I've talked to businesses, and I'm concerned if we have the resources in place to deal with the fallout if we shut down that site. Because I've talked to doctors who's told me that when we have safe needle supply, studies show that there's a 30% reduction in HIV/AIDS transmission rates. And if that site shuts down, that could put stress on our health system. I'm wondering, if these people don't have access to that site and start dispersing, what impacts that's going to have on the ability of people to help them, and how that's going to impact fire, EMS, and police to deal with the consequences of dispersal. I mean, I like the idea, but there's some really serious questions I have about this.
Thank you. Great questions, Councillor Bieber. And in conversation with the province and the minister about this, nothing would move forward until these things are in place. So there's a transition time for that. And this is something really important when I was talking to the Blood Tribe Department of Health. The interim executive director there, or CAO there, And this is why some of the additions were here. There was a question of, will this change will it be removed without replacing those services? I've got it confirmed that that is not the case. They will work through this and make sure that any of the supports that they do currently have will continue through this transition. And that is something that the minister and the Department of Mental Health and Addictions has confirmed to me, and I've passed along as well to those from Blood Tribe Department of Health.
Include, and I mean, I'm not necessarily in favor of this, but if there are health risks associated with dirty needles, would that mean those services would still be available?
This is not a service that's provided by the City of Lethbridge, nor is the OPS. This is just an advocacy. That's why you'll notice in my motion, it's social advocacy. It's not for us to close it down or us to find reasons to provide these services ourselves. This is the province, and that's why it's important to stay in touch with the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and those players that are around, because although it's a decision of the province, it is within our community. So to make sure that there's this transition is smooth, I was told that they would be in touch on a regular basis with the City of Lethbridge throughout this transition, as well as with the Blood Tribe Department of Health.
Thank you. One question I had was in number 1 here at the bottom, the continuation of the Building Safer Communities program. Do we have any idea of are we talking about being able to maintain the status quo spending as it's targeted to youth, or do we see that there'll be able to be some enhanced services in that regard? I just asked that because as far as I'm concerned, if we can keep youth from becoming homeless, then over time, we should be able to start to get ahead of this problem, and have a population that can actually integrate into society and be employed and educated and healthy.
Thank you for the question, and I'll be very honest, when this program first came forward and we were talking about it, I was sitting in a similar chair saying, oh, is this really going to work? And I was probably a little negative to whether this would work or not, that particular grant that we're receiving, because sometimes we'll get grant money from the federal government and it comes with strings attached, and so I was a little concerned what that was going to look like. But I've heard in talking to our department, and Mr. Malcolm, sorry to call you again here, if you can come and just talk a little bit about the strategies and how that program has worked and what it can do, what are some of the need for it to continue going forward and to advocate for that.
Yeah, thank you again for the question. So the Building Safer Communities initiative here in Lethbridge started in around 2023 following that award of federal funding. We developed a programming alongside Lethbridge Police Service, and our approach was to focus on high-risk youth in the community from 2 different approaches. One is that early prevention and intervention, early prevention, and the second being intervention, which is case management. So with the staffing that we currently have through the federal government's funding, we have a staff of 5 that handle this body of work. And the case management means that with 2 case managers, we can carry a caseload of 20 at-risk youth. Those individuals are basically recommended to us through Lethbridge Police Service, and are youth that are having trouble with the justice system or at risk of entering it. Some of those things that those youth experience is what I would say quite alarming. Not to say that I was necessarily in that exact seat as yours, Mayor Higgin, but when I came into this role and started to have to roll out this program, I didn't fully understand the challenges that youth in our community are facing. And so when I look at some of the past behaviors and the risk factors that the 20 or so youth that have been supported by our team have faced, we talk about substance use, history of drug abuse and addiction leading to impaired judgment and risky behaviors, soliciting themselves in exchange for drugs and alcohol, including exploitation, normalized substance use as part of their daily lives, and we're talking as young as 12 years old in these situations. Aggression, violence, and criminality demonstrated toward peers, community members, and teachers. We've seen racist symbols on school property, including reflecting antisocial behavior, use of violence as a means of gaining respect within their peer groups, viewing criminality as a viable and profitable path forward, sexual exploitation and risky behaviors, online radicalization, and glorification of pro-criminal affiliations. So again, these are very concerning issues and trends that the youth in our community are experiencing. And by trying to get ahead of those and preventing them, we feel like there's a good program here that has now been established and has early success that we would certainly be all in favor of exploring other opportunities to continue that work going forward.
May I, Mr. Mayor? So you're saying 20. Could you wake up tomorrow and onboard 40 more? Or do you feel, I know it's a loaded question to ask if you have enough resources, probably nobody wants to say yes, but do you feel like for what you're trying to accomplish right now, you have some resources that are being put to good use, or are you drowning because there's a lineup of 100 more behind these kids?
No, I don't think there's a lineup of 100 more. I think we are at an appropriate level right now. I'd have to actually go back with our team and have that conversation with Lethbridge Police Service to see how many that they might be able to refer through. Right now, I think with the continuation of the existing funding would be an excellent first step. There are some barriers or eligibility limitations under the federal funding that we would love to have the opportunity to explore if those restrictions were lifted through provincial or city funding. But that would be a next step for us. Again, this is pretty early in news for us. We were starting to plan the wrapping up of this program, so continuation is a new conversation for us to be having.
Thank you.
Councilor Doria? Okay, thank you. This is a continuation of the, my question is a continuation of the Building Safer Communities Fund. As we know, as I just know that this is a grant, and then it started last, as I said, early 2023. So at the time when you prepared the program, and again, I commend, there are a lot of programs that is really good for, to support prevention and intervention. And there was a program like Off the Record or Building Safer Communities, so that was really a good program. My question now is, when we made those programs, was there a contingency plan that was made? What if we cannot continue all this program because the grant was already, like, it will end in March 2026. So was there any plan that we can find out, a contingency plan to allocate funding sources so we could maintain the priority services?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. So yeah, requirement of the programming dollars was to develop what was called a sustainability plan. So to determine how programs or aspects of the program that were developed could continue on in the community beyond the funding portfolio. So we are now moving into that sustainability plan execution stage. And so there's a number of resources that our educator positions have developed for the school districts, which is now being transitioned over to the school districts to continue on without our support. The online safety toolkit, which has been a really valuable resource as we've seen incidences of child luring and other types of scams. The Lethbridge Police Service and our communications team have referenced that toolkit on a number of times over the last year or so. We transitioned it from being held on the city's website over to Lethbridge Police Service's website, and their IT group are prepared to take on that responsibility. The one piece that is a little bit more tricky is that case management piece, because we are truly filling a gap that there is not someone to hand that over to in the community. But our sustainability plan outlines how we were going to successfully transition those youth to other supports the best that we can. But the reality is it's going to be a fairly significant drop off from what those 20 or so youth are getting in terms of supports today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Crowe.
Thank you. Mayor Higgin, did I not hear you say that regardless of whether we advocate, they are going to close down the overdose prevention unit?
I'm not sure if I said that. If I did, I would have spoken out of turn. I am just believing that if it's happened in every other community, I'm seeing Royal Alexander as well in Edmonton is closing here in a couple of weeks. I think the last day is December 17th. So the trend is going that way, and they're replacing it with as different services are available. So if it is the facility out just outside town, the Fresh Start, as well as a new one that's going on the Nation, to help those folks that are struggling with addiction, getting back to a life of sobriety. So they have these facilities now for those folks to be able to go to, where they didn't have a lot of these beds before. And so if I did, I probably spoke out of turn. It's something that I could see the trend is going that way. We'll have one of the last few ones left. Calgary's closed there. Edmonton is just closing in a couple of weeks. I'm just seeing the trend, and so I want to get ahead of that. My concern is that if we don't have that discussion now, I don't want to see the funding removed or the OPS removed and not see that funding. So I thought it's important to be proactive and try to get this information in and exchange that for the dollars that are being spent for recovery-based services.
Okay. Well, I'm going to move that we split the resolution between your first therefore clause and the further be it resolved, so that we advocate for, if they choose to close it, that we keep the money here. And I'm going to move that we split the motion.
So where did you want to, between the two operative clauses?
Yeah, right there.
So be it resolved, requesting the conclusion of the temporary.
And then we'd have to add to the second one, if we do split it, that there is a letter sent to keep the money here.
So I can ask for your reason to remove, kind of similar to what Blood-Tri Department of Health and stuff had added in there, why you'd want to vote on that separately?
Because there is a difference between requesting the closing of the overdose prevention unit and simply asking if they close it anyways, to keep the money here.
I mean, you can, I'm not in support of it, but I guess it could be split if council desires to vote on that separately. And how does that work, Madam City Clerk?
I would just need probably 2 minutes to look this over and see.
All right,
If it can be.
just a couple minutes here.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. All right, thank you for your patience. So just going to have Madam City Clerk talk to the question that was received.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you for the time to review. After reviewing the motion, I concluded, and my advice to the acting chair Schmidt-Rempel is that it cannot be split because it's dependent upon each other, the clauses. So otherwise, it would have to be rewritten, and that wouldn't be done now. So we are dealing with the motion on the floor as is. So that's my advice. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, and thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. Then for everybody around the table, we will be continuing with the motion as it currently stands. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Maybe just to reiterate here, just listening to some of the conversations amongst my colleagues here, we are not debating or questioning it is inevitable that the province will be closing down the consumption site at some point. Is that an accurate statement?
I would not put that as for sure. That's no. It's just a direction that you're seeing around the other communities, but I wouldn't say they will be. No.
Okay. So you haven't been given a date or anything like that. But we see that they are shutting down Edmonton on December 16th. And so this seems to be the way the government is leaning with these facilities.
And Red Deer with their temporary was last year. And so you're seeing as they bring on more recovery beds, et cetera, in the different communities, that is what is happening.
So then if we were to perceive that this facility may be shut down with or without us, the advantage of us taking control of the timeline is that we are then hoping to also take control of the funds associated with that.
And if this doesn't happen for 4 or 5 months, if they decide to do it by, again, being proactive and seeing us winding down a program that is helping youth in our community, this is one of the many things that we want to make sure that we advocate on and make sure those dollars are kept in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgins. So a couple questions from myself then. At the commission meeting last week, we heard that in August, encampments around the shelter were still taking up a fair bit of our downtown policing unit's time. This does not give up the funding for the encampment strategy, correct? This still ensures that our encampment strategy is being funded appropriately?
Absolutely. It's my hope that it would probably help with that, not remove it at all. Yes.
Okay. And then also in the motion, it talks about other wraparound facilities and supports have been implemented in Lethbridge. What more can we be expecting to come to our city and region as we see this happening in other cities and other regions?
It was just a conversation that I had with the minister is to bring to him what services that we are lacking or what we want to increase or any of that information. That's definitely something that conversation will happen post a decision here. Well, if I should say post a decision, if the decision is to write the letter, then that conversation will happen after.
Okay. And then, so for my own clarification, this is to write a letter requesting the site be wound down, but that wouldn't occur until all the support services we require are in place, correct?
I've mentioned that to him, and that is to make sure that it is a smooth transition, so that would be the case.
Okay, and then further to that, once that happens, we are not giving up the funding then. The funding will stay in our city to support youth prevention programs. That's the second request that this letter has.
That's what the requests are that we need to discuss. I can't put words in his mouth what he will, but by explaining this, when I mentioned the youth prevention program, he did mention the exact words, now you're talking my language. So to keep these folks away from getting into the concerns that follow with addictions, et cetera, later, or homelessness. And some of the folks we just heard about, the 20 folks that are being kids that are, and youth that are being helped right now with the police service.
Okay, so that is the direction we want to head with that. Okay, Councillor Bieber.
Curious if there are any other sources of funding for youth prevention services that we could utilize.
Direction to city manager designate.
Thank you for the question. There are a few sources So we have been, out of interest of hoping to see this program continue, we have actually applied for 2 separate grants. One is the Alberta Crime Prevention Grant and one is the National Crime Prevention Grant. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in both of those, primarily because they were looking for new initiatives, not continuation. And despite our best efforts of trying to say why we were suggesting something new that was really a continuation, they probably saw through that. The other opportunity is with the FCSS funding. It is meant for prevention initiatives. However, our approach has always been to put that funding out competitively into the community and not use it to run City of Lethbridge programs. And so we have continued that way for a long period of time. So without direction to pivot away from that, we wouldn't be exploring that any further. And the other piece is that FCSS is really specifically tied to prevention, and what the program that the BSC at Building Safer Communities has allowed us to do is that intervention. And intervention is deemed ineligible under the FCSS. So we're managing some difficult eligibility parameters, but we have certainly tried to get some other grant funding and have been unsuccessful to date. So as of today, without this direction, we are in the process of early stages of winding down for an end date of March 31st.
No further questions from my colleagues? Then to the mayor to close.
Thank you. I just, as we're talking about this program and this youth program, and it sounds, this is something that we all want, and I just want to reemphasize that this is the advocacy part. We cannot tell that this will happen. However, I will tell my colleagues around here, the minister his focus is around, a lot around the prevention side of things, but I just want to make sure if for some reason, and I can't see it happen, I don't want to, he said that this is a decision that is made because of that, but it's my hope with the discussion that that is where those funds, some of the funds, we got to remember, I think it's around 800,000, is that right, Andrew? What's the total cost of that program? So we look at $3.8 million is what we're hoping to keep in the community, and that price of that program is?
About 650,000 annually.
About 650,000 annually, and that was 3.8 million annually as well. So it seems as part of it, and there was interest when I did mention this to the minister. So I just want to emphasize that we don't make the decision. It comes from the province. This is just advocacy work on behalf of the programs that we need. And with that, I know we've spoken a lot regarding some of the work that's being done, and I want to give a shout out to the community partners that have got us to where we are today. And it's my hope that we can continue moving forward with recovery and transitioning folks back into the lives that they so well deserve. And so, again, I want to give a shout out. It just happens to be ones that have been sitting in for so much time. My apologies. The work that's been done by our fire and emergency services and EMS and what they've done to be able to help in these struggling times over the past few years. And remember something, although those rates are down, it gives the opportunity for our EMS to be able to respond I'm hoping I'm saying this in the right way, more rapidly to other concerns that we have, because they won't be on whatever's a code red or whatever. They'll have the resources that they require. So with that, I'd ask for council support.
I just basically wanted to reiterate what you have been saying, how important, because we talk about supervised consumption sites and gives us all kinds of trauma. We're thinking back when we first got elected and what kind of the kind of social unrest that we had at that point. So, kudos to you for coming forward and being proactive. And again, it is because this is not our lane, but it is our lane to advocate for, and so that's what we're doing. We're advocating for what seems to be an inevitable part of what's going on in our social issues that we have here. So, and again, thanks to Andrew Malcolm and his team for all the work they've done, and again to all the EMTs and people that are here in the audience today. So. Just a big, that's way to go. Thanks.
All right. Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Is that where we're at? Okay. Thank you very much. Mayor Hagan?
Thank you. Now we'll move on to bylaws. So bylaw from Councillor Dodick, bylaw 6502, amendment to bylaw 6354, electric distribution tariff for second reading. Be resolved that bylaw 6502, amendment to bylaw 6364, electric distribution tariff be given a second reading. Councillor Dodick?
Yes, thank you. Could you read the entire material, please?
Yeah.
What? No? Okay. We got to do this every year. The distribution tariff bylaw sets the rates for all customers receiving electric services from the City of Lethbridge utility. So the good news on this one is that the cost of service analysis was performed, and as a result, residential customers will see no change in their 2026 water charges when compared to 2025. The average commercial customer will see a small decrease, and large industrials will see a 1% increase year over year. And there will be no change to local access fees that the City of Lethbridge charges to electric utility customers in 2026. That's all I'm going to say. I would ask for
Sure you don't want to read the rest of it?
Huh?
No? All right.
Well, we can talk about the cost. The cost of using electricity to mine bitcoins has gone up a bit.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Okay, question has been called. All in favor? And those opposed? And that is unanimous. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6502, amendment to bylaw 6364, electric distribution tariff be given third reading. The mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Dodick?
Call the question.
Been called. All in favor? Those opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. And from Councillor Campbell, bylaw 6503, amendment to bylaw 6146, waste bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 6503, amendment to bylaw 6146, waste bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Campbell.
This bylaw was adopted by City Council in 2018, and since that time has undergone several amendments, the most being in 2023 to include non-residential mandatory organics, and there was an adjustment in April 2025 to align the bylaw in the extended producer responsibility program and remove the $9, $7 recycling fee for residents and the recycled material collection charge for utility rate players. So this amendment is required to update the rates in Schedule A to align with operating budget increases.
All right, with that, the question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? That is unanimous. For a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6503, amendment to bylaw 6146, waste bylaw be given third reading. A mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Campbell.
Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? Those opposed? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And from Councillor Parker, bylaw 6504, amendment to bylaw 3520, sewerage service charge bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 6504, amendment to bylaw 3250, sewerage service charge bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Parker.
May I ask a question first of all?
Yes, you can ask a question.
Just to Mr. Dranth, if he's in the audience here. When we refer to the term as let me see, a retail, is that retail, is that both the consumer, like the residential and the industrial?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
When we use the word retail, is retail consist of both the individual household as well as commercial?
So we have different rates. We have residential, which covers commercial, and then we have industrial rates as well. Or sorry, residential and commercial customers are classified in the same rate class, and then industrials are a separate rate class.
So we're asking for a 3% increase over last year, am I correct?
That is correct.
And which is roughly about $2.75 if I look at it.
The average increase on the wastewater bill is about 78 cents, just for wastewater, yes.
Perfect. And that, so people who are getting water or whatever from outside our city, that would be as well onto them as well?
So we have a regional customer water rate as well. So regional customers fall under a different rate class, which was amended earlier this year, September 1st.
But they would pay an increase of some sort at that time as well?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Dranth.
Councillor Crowson.
Don't go away, Mr. Duran. One of the major changes in here is the fog component. Can you explain what the fog component is and why that is being added to industrial service charge?
So the fog component consists of fats, oils, and greases. So that's the fat, oil, and greases that go down the wastewater system and end up in the wastewater treatment plant. Those components cost, they add cost to the treatment process. We have not had that in the past. We reviewed other municipalities that do have it and felt it best aligned with what other municipalities are charging. And it's all about cost recovery. All we're doing is recovering the cost to treat the sewage that ends up in the wastewater plant.
Okay, and are the customers aware that one is coming in, or would that be new to the industrial?
It's new, but they are aware. We had meetings back in early September. September 3rd, we met with the Lethbridge Manufacturing Association. I've had meetings with Cavendish and other regional customers. So they are aware of this charge coming, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to Councillor Parker.
Answer the questions. Otherwise, I'll just call the question.
Question call, all in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And for a third reading, be it resolved by law 6504, amendment to bylaw 3250, sewerage service charge bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Parker.
Question.
Question call, all in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And a bylaw 6505, amendment to a bylaw 3999, water service bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 6505, amendment to bylaw 3999, water service bylaw be given second reading and be it's going into second and third reading as once. We'll keep it as the second reading. Councillor Bieber.
Well, bylaw 6505 will increase water utility revenues by 2%, basically to better reflect the cost of producing water. So I will call the question. There's no more debate.
No debate. Question been called. All in favor? That passes unanimously. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6505, amendment to bylaw 3999, water service bylaw be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Bieber.
I'll call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. All right. We have two administrative inquiries that are out right now, and I believe you don't have response from yet. You've just got the inquiries, correct? Okay, yeah, and that is 11.1, 8-way flashers on school buses, and improving parking and accessibility for those with disabilities who wish to attend farmers market at the Lethbridge Trading Convention Center. So those responses will come back at a future date. Thank you. And we'll move to City Council updates. If there's an update, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin. A number of us had the opportunity to attend the Lethbridge Police Services Partners in Policing Forum held on November 4th. It was an opportunity to bring together community partners and members of the public to discuss public safety challenges and identify new opportunities for collaboration. A summary report highlighting key outcomes will be shared in the future. A number of us attended Alberta Municipalities Conference this year. Councillor Croson submitted her notes. Mine will be forthcoming, but I also wanted to share with the community that I was elected to the board of Alberta Municipalities for a one-year term, representing cities with populations up to 500,000, and I would like to thank my colleagues' support on that. Councillor Wolf and I attended the Lethbridge Police Commission meeting last week on November 26th. I'll remind everybody that the agenda packages for those meetings are available on the Commission website. Some highlights from that November 26th meeting include the Downtown Policing Unit has been deploying a targeted enforcement project in conjunction with the Property Crimes Unit, Crime Suppression Team, and the Lethbridge SCAN Team, leading to multiple arrests and charges. The October project led to the execution of 74 arrest warrants and the recovery of one stolen vehicle. As mentioned earlier, encampments around the shelter continue to pose a significant challenge, and that's requiring extensive time from the Downtown Police Unit in that area. The police and crisis team members met with the City of Lethbridge employees to discuss a possible alternative response model for mental health calls. And last week, Councillor Wolf and I also attended the Lethbridge Chamber event, What Now for Canada, Charting Our Economic Future. I'll submit my notes on that. And Councillor Wolf, was there anything you wanted to add to either of those?
I think one thing I took away from the police commission initial meeting, my first one there, was that policing crime, downtown issues are still quite prevalent and still quite a big concern for the community and for the police force. And, you know, we will have to make decisions to continue to support them as these problems, you know, continue to pose a great concern to the community's perception of safety and protection of property and the like. I just today woke up to another break-in at what store was it? Unami, right? Broken in. They said they're the third time this year. So these continue to be pressing concerns, and I appreciate being on the commission, and I look forward to supporting them in their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll ask to enter a closed session. Be it resolved that we do now enter a closed session at 3:22 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to 14.1 and 14.2 as per sections 19, harmful to business interests of a third party, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Thank you. And I guess I should ask for a mover. Councillor Campbell, all in favor? Thank you. Thank you. We'll get back to our meeting, and we'll first start with a closed session motion, a land development matter moved by Councillor Dodick. Be it resolved, the City Council direct administration to proceed with the revised confidential direction number 1 provided in closed session. And further be resolved, the City Council directed the closed meeting documents, presentations, and discussions with respect to the land development matter remain confidential as per sections 19, harmful to business interests of a third party, and 29, advice from officials of the freedom of, it's already in my head, of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, self-explanatory to us, not self-explanatory to anyone else. I call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And the next one, moved by Mayor Higgin, closed motion labor negotiations update verbal. Be it resolved that City Council, at the recommendation of the City Manager, adopt the memorandum of settlement dated November 21st, 2025, thus ratifying the renewal of collective agreement between the International Association of Firefighters Local 237 and the City of Lethbridge with the following terms. Term 5 years, January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2025, with the following increases. First class firefighter, 100% index, 2021, 2.75% to 108,749. 2022, 3.25% to 112,283. 2023, 3% at 115,651. And 2024, 3.75 at 119,988. And 2025, 3.5 at 124,188. Further be resolved that Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the agreement, and further be resolved the City Council direct closed meeting presentations and discussions with respect to labor negotiations update verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. And with that, self-explanatory, I'll call for the question. All in favor? And that is 2 is unanimous. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.